seconds on the line, 20 seconds in началу, jo, pak si pozrete kanci. If you punch the cut like this, then you punch back on the line. So all the time, yes? Everybody understand? So, there's all the time English at the table, okay? Okay. Also, if you have holiday call, please don't stand up because you block the cameras in the corners, okay? Just sit and watch, okay? If you want, you can leave anytime you fold your hand, you can leave the table, you can go check your phone and things like that, okay? Just don't run around the table because of the cameras. Yeah, ready to start. Blinds will be 15,000, 30,000. 30,000 big blind empty. The bottom, just sit on yourself. I wish you all best of luck.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. We are about to shuffle up and deal. Cards are in the air. This is the German Poker Tour main event, day 2. Live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. I'm back in the booth. It's your main man, Action Man Dan, bringing you all the action today and tomorrow until we've crowned yet another champion in this fantastic resort. As you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, 92 players remaining now from a starting field size of 1,537. Small blind getting the action underway is 15k. 30k is the big blind with a 30k running big blind ante. That's 15, 30, 30. Shouldn't be making an Irishman say 33 and a third this early on the stream, but gotta give the fans what they want. Hope you're all very well on this Sunday evening. If you're tuning in from Twitch, the Action Army, hello and good evening. And to all the YouTube followers, be sure to give us a like, subscribe and a follow on either of the platforms. Got great new content and videos on our YouTube channel every week. We have a TikTok channel as well, the King's Resort official on there for that poker channel, and you can find us on all the usual social media platforms. And lastly, you can get amazing new merchandise collections over on the store. If you just head over to the website www.kingsresort.com, you'll find out everything about that merchandise, a new XX collection, and indeed everything about the resort itself. All players guaranteed about €444 at the moment, all chasing the first prize tomorrow of €44,400, and first, second, third and fourth will all take home a 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year. Average stack is 835,000, which is good for just under 30 bigs or so. About 28 big blinds, 45-minute blinds until 24 players remain. So lots of action brought to you live from this fantastic resort for this evening. Folded all the way around to Werner, who decides to let the ace-5 offsuit go. I think that would have been fine as an open. Decided against it. Wolfie all in the small. I like the name Wolfie. And Italiano shoving on another fellow Italiano, and Andre gonna have to call this one, I would think, for less than 15 bigs. Does call. Calls for 12.5 big blinds more. Big flip to get things kicked off here. 830k in the pot. Wolfie is at risk. 45% with his ace-9 of clubs, 55% for the sixes of Andre. King 8-7 is the flop, 2 spades. 3-1 favourite now for the 6s as we hit the turn. Deuce of clubs, no good. Wolfie needing an ace or a 9 on this river, or he will be eliminated in 90th place. There's a 3 of hearts, no joy. Hello Johan, I hope you are very well on this Sunday afternoon. Enjoying the last of your summer. Winter is coming. Not for a while yet though. Autumn and Halloween around the corner. Not putting a Debbie Downer. I hope you're all enjoying your summer out there. And Andre, having won that last pot, deciding not wanting to get involved there with the 10-4 offsuit. And Simon under the gun, shoving for 405,000 with his ace queen offsuit, and Avram under the gun +1 with ace jack. Now, if these were later positions, Avram would back off here, or at least getting called. The call is for about half the stack, but because the all-in is coming from under the gun, he gets away from the ace jack, and that's a good pass. I mean, it's a standard pass, let's be honest, but it wouldn't be the wildest thing we've ever seen at the King's Resort after the crazy hands that were happening last weekend. Wow, so much action, so many bad beats. It's going to be hard for this event to live up to last weekend, but that's what we're here for. Instead, it goes all the way around to Victor. Victor with 2 9s, a calling hand in the big, and he's 68%. The ace queen needing help. 855 in this one, up for grabs. 9 in the window, that basically seals the deal on 933. Turn is the jack, and that's all she wrote for Frank Simon. Johan says he's feeling good. Next weekend he's playing at King's for the Italian poker sport. If I remember correctly, the last edition of that was a few months ago, and we had over 5,000 runners. I've had my big commentating boots on for that one. It was a long affair. A hell of an event. Numbers were massive. We've got so much poker coming up at the King's Resort. Week in, week out, folks. 365 days of the year, pretty much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Johan says, indeed, Dan, 1.6 million and more than 5,000 entries. Yeah, wow. So I'd be expecting something similar then next weekend. I'll be buying extra coffee and prepping some good food for that long affair. Let's stay ready so you don't have to get ready. Isn't that right, guys? Andre to cut off 65k to go with the ace-6 off suit, and Avram going to defend in the big blind with king 10 off suit. 10-4-4 is the flop. Avram top pair, king kicker. Andre going to check it back in position with the ace-6. Turn is the deuce of hearts. I got a bet of 80k on the turn in the call. Time for Avram to try get some value for his top pair. River's queen of diamonds. I think Avram can bet a second time here. Doesn't have to bet too big. Can bet like 100k. Place to just check. I'm going to take this one down. Andre had enough. Just check back. Going to win a decent percentage of the time. Bird is in the house. As Johan says, there's no hotel rooms available at the King's Resort next weekend. We've got a full house, and the event hasn't even started yet. Philip with 10 bigs is your short stack, and Victor with 48 is your big stack. Everything in between. 3 stacks in the middle there. Piggy in the middle between 20 and 30 big blinds. Or Silence asked, where can you see all the events? You can just head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. You get the full schedule, and I will probably go through some of the schedule there later on tonight or tomorrow. Spoiled for choice though. Loads and loads of events coming up the next few months. Something for everyone in the audience. Victor making it 65k to go in the cutoff with ace-10 offsuit. King-10 not getting involved in the small. And Werner not completing or defending with the 7-3 offsuit. So that's the end of that one. Nines and antes going in the direction of that man there, Victor. All players now guaranteed a minimum of €509. Nice to be in the money after playing for a few days. Martin making it 80k to go here from under the gun +1 off sub 20 big blinds to start the hand. Is going to get Martin, the other Martin, to fold. Jack 10 of diamonds on the button. Schaefer not going to be folding in the big blind, so we've got action. Ace King here for Philip. Declares all in. Martin snapping him off, and we're off to the races. Martin is the covering stack. Big coin flip here for the boys. 715 in the pot. $877 is the flop. Martin looking good here with his two ladies. Philip needing help. Turns the 10 of hearts. And the river. River is the Jack of Hearts, and Philip has been eliminated in 82nd place. Martin now playing very close to 1 million in chips. Avram in the hijack, 65k to go with the ace-6 of clubs. Just over the min raise. Don't think Andre needs to be defending as wide as 9-5 offsuit, even if it is for just one big blind more. Even 9-6 offsuit, I would prefer defend. Just want to start letting those ones go. The 9-5, the 9-4, the 9-3 offsuit. Avram raising again, this time from under the gun with the king-queen offsuit. Andre has a handy, wants to be getting involved in here with the pocket eights on the button. I think calling is best, especially when we have positional advantage. Three betting's fine. It would make me sad if we got a raise over the top all in. So I think calling is the best play. Does call. Martin now going to commit an additional 50k to see a flop with king 10 of diamonds. And Victor in the big with jack 4 just wants to be letting that one go. Get rid of the Robbie. Seven four deuce is the flop. Overpair for the pocket eights. About as best as you can hope for with two black eights. Martin checking in the small. Avram just going to give up with his king queen, it looks like. I think that's wise. Brody in the house. What up, Brody? What's happening? €80 players remaining. Pay jump of nearly €100 when we hit 72 remaining. Just something to keep in mind. Not a big deal at the moment. Arthur raising to 60k with the Queen Jack offsuit. A lot of players coming in and out for the first orbit in this feature table. On this feature table even. Victor in the small, 45k to call with pocket trees to try flop a set or something to that effect. Yeah, we give it a go here. Three board out of the way. King Jack is the flop. Arthur with second pair. Victor coming up short. Avram with the decision to defend the opening coming in the cutoff with the ace jack. Turn is an awesome one for Martin. He now is top pair after deciding to check back on the flop. He has the ace of spades. Didn't want to get check raised. Totally acceptable to check back on the 8-6-3. The board favouring the perceived big blind defending range more than the cutoff's opening range. So Avram checking a second time here. Probably just hoping to get the showdown. Martin going to bet at 80k. in theory, calling here with king high seems to be a good option, but with 2 spades and 2 clubs on board, I think we just want to let this one go. We block some spade combinations that our opponent might just bet on the flop or the turn, but I don't think that's a good enough reason. We could just call with king high, but we have to be pretty sure that our opponent is just going to check back on the river. If we think we're going to be faced with a second barrel and don't improve, we're just kind of wasting chips by calling on the turn. But you could go either way with that one. It's just king high at the end of the day. And if our opponent knows that that board favours our big blind perceived defending range, then when they do bet, they tend to have a hand better than king high on that particular run out. Arthur raising to 60k with the ace-7 of diamonds from early position. Andre with the pocket fives, gonna call. Mid position. I like that Arthur's opening this one into this table. Seems fine, staying active, being the aggressor. From Arthur rivering top pair here. 300k in the pot, doesn't need to bet big, and if he's betting at all, decides to bet 80k. 4 spades on board. It's more of a blockerish type sizing / value bet to get called by a 10. Gets him off a chop occasionally. Sick play by Andre. Was not expecting to see him pull the trigger there. Recognizing that Arthur is going to have tin value, if value at all, and reading his bet for blockerish type sizing, which it was, therefore decided he's going to raise with his pocket fives. Good, solid, strong stuff. Nice one. Takes that one down. Johan says strong play. Strong play indeed. That's why you can really leave yourself open when you do these thin blockerish type sizings on the river. In all likelihood, if he had a spade in his hand or a better hand than ace-7, he would have went with a larger sizing. I don't really know that for sure, but it certainly seemed that way, the way the hand played out. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, Arthur raising under the gun with 2 black kings. Martin calling an additional 45k with the queen 10 off suit, and Werner going to get out of the way. Martin does not want to see a queen high flop, as 75 players remaining now. And 8-4 deuce rainbow. Arthur can't get paid with his kings on this occasion. So we are 4 players away from a pay jump. Victor raising to 65k with the Jack 10 off suit. I like how active the checkman has been getting so far. It's only been 2 orbits. His VPIP definitely very high. If you're just new to this channel, VPIP meaning voluntary putting money in the pot. Arthur is going to call in the big blind with 10-8 of clubs. King 7-7 is the flop. Takes that one down. Staying busy with it. And Werner all in over the top here with his ace king. 12.5 bigs total. And Martin only has 20 bigs behind, but I think 6 is going to be too good to not go for a spin here. It is almost half of his stack, or just over half of his stack to call, so I would understand a fold. If we are making that a habit of ours, raise folding with a hand as strong as 6s there, it's hard enough to get a pair and hold them. I don't think that that's a really bad laydown, by the way. I just think if our opponent knows that, they can shove on us wider if they know we're folding a hand as strong as 6s. Not wanting to gamble this time. I think any less and we have to just flick it in, and any more we can probably let it go. Avram raising to 60k. King 10 of clubs and Martin calling in the hijack with ace 9 of hearts. Flop is 2 hearts, queen 7 3. But on these kind of boards, when we just have clubs in our hand, there's 2 hearts out there, there's queen, we block king queen, we block queen 10. But I think we just wave the white flag for the most part and don't even bother c-betting. It's probably okay to take a small stab like this, however, for 45,000. And the ace is going to struggle. That would have called pre, and the hijack's going to struggle to not just call a turn here. Just going to call to see the turn here, but Martin deciding to put a stop to this now. Shoves all in for 550, gets the job done. Avram obviously not continuing. Martin now very close to 800k, which is good for 26 big blinds. We are on the bubble for this pay jump. The pay jump is from €509 to €599, so just to survive one more elimination nets you an extra 90 bucks. Victor raising to 80k with the ace jack off suit. Under the gun. Arthur calls for 80k with 3 deuce suited. Interesting that he wants to get involved here with 3 high, even if it is suited. And that's invited Andre to complete in the small with Jack 9 of hearts, and Martin getting mad odds to see a flop. A Queen 8 offsuit comes along for the ride. Jack 5-4 is the flop, and look at this for a flop for Arthur. Open-ended straight flush draw. Victor with top pair. Oh, we've got action. Andre with top pair, 9 kicker, backdoor hearts working. This is going to spiral out of control. I predict some gang violence about to happen up in here. Check, check, bet, bet, 230,000. Now, Arthur just wants to be shoving all in here from the cutoff, and that should get Andre out of the way, even though he does have top pair. Victor wants to know how much, but I don't think there's any way he's folding here for 510k more. And it really looks like Arthur has a combo draw here. Maybe not 3 deuce suited. Could just have 2 spades. Don't think he does this with a worse jack, but maybe. $1.84 million in this pot. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Victor way out in front now. Arthur's open-ended straight flush draw, not looking too hot as we hit the river. River is the 7 of clubs. And yes, Arthur missing out on nearly maximum outs, but having said that, oh, the 5 wasn't a spade, so he didn't have an open-ended straight flush draw, sorry, but he still had a massive hand. Huge victory there for the ace-jack nonetheless. And less than 70 players remaining. You wanted action, you got action. As Johan says, too aggressive for me. I think it's too aggressive for a lot of players. But you either get busy living or get busy dying. Bird says he would not call pre-flop with three deuce anyways. Well, yeah. No shit, Bird. It's not in a lot of players' ranges for calling opens in the cutoff. With the suited nappy, or the suited diaper. But hey, look, if you call with a hand like 3-2 suited and you flop that good and you don't improve, then so be it. MJ says 3-2, the dirty diaper. Yeah, I think it does it have to be, it's the suited dirty diaper. I think 3-2 offsuit was the original dirty diaper. We are, of course, referencing Rigby from the World Series of Poker main event this year and last year and even the year before that, I think. As KML is in the house, joining the Action Army on Twitch. Hello, KML. What up, my G? What's happening? Nice little stir on Twitch on this Sunday evening. Thanks for joining us, lads. If you were just tuning in, you were watching the German Poker Tour main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. We'll be playing down to 24 players remaining tonight. They will bag and tag and we will come back at 2:30 Central European time tomorrow, and we will play down until we've crowned yet another champion of this amazing resort. KML still out there trying to tell bad beats to robots. What a time to be alive. King 6-4 is the flop. Top pair for Victor. Check raising here from the big blind. I would prefer for him to just call and let Andre barrel off. Is 120 more for Andre to call. He's got backdoor spades working for him. Expect we'll see him continue for 120 more. And what a turn card it is. It's the 5 of spades. Flush draw now for Andre. Victor deciding what he wants to do. I think we bet 2 streets here, but I wouldn't be going too small. Like 350 on the turn sets up a nice river jam. 350 is the bet. Leaves a jam of about 700 on the river. We have more straights here defending in the big blind, or perceived big blind defending range. We want to really get value from hearts if our opponent has hearts, or a combo draw like the one he has. Ready to call. We will see a river with 1.3 million in the middle. It is the Queen of Clubs. And that's looking safe for an all-in. If I'm Victor, we can really bluff, make it look like we are bluffing with missed hearts, missed spades, and missed straight draw. Instead, he's going to try get his opponent to bluff missed spades or missed hearts, which I like also. But I think once we check raise the flop and bet the turn, if we're trying to tell a story that we're the one with the combo draw, I think we just want to jam the river. Button against big. Wins another nice pot. I'm liking this Victor guy so far though. Good. Aggro. Not afraid to put chips in the middle. Ticking all the right boxes for me so far. Playing 3.2 million. Avram shoving all in under the gun here for 15 big blinds as the blinds have just gone up. 20 blind, 20k is the small blind, 40k is the big blind with a 40k running big blind ante. That's 20, 40, 40. Avram shoving for 580k total. I just think this is overkill. Just want to be raise folding with this kind of combo. I used to shove this kind of amount of blinds there under the gun myself. I don't think it's horrific or anything. I just think it's better to play this one as a min raise and see what happens. Grigor now in the big, and Grigor wants to be calling this one. And Gregor calling 1.2 million in the pot. We've got a coin flip situation. Jack 4-4 is the flop. Grigor not liking that turn card. It's the king of hearts, the king of kings. They're playing almost identical stacks. River is the 7 of diamonds, and Avram will win a nice pot there. Now playing 30 big blinds.
I mean, down to.
Okay, Mel says he doesn't like the call by nines. I think when our opponent jams that many bigs from under the gun, they can do that with like sevens and eights and suited wheels and stuff. I think if we're just calling tens plus, it's just too tight of a range. Like, yeah, okay, you're going to be flipping the majority of the time, but you're still ahead with your pair. And you know, there's still 66 players left. It's not like we're last two tables. I can understand folding sixes, sevens, maybe even eights, but nines and tens we're just getting too good of a price, I think, to gamble. $10-9-3 is the flop. Victor will an open ender, 2 overs. Avram checking his pair of threes. Straight now for Victor on the turn. Gregor cannot win this hand. Victor wins another small pot. Gregor has been eliminated. JML says he thinks in a normal scenario, yes, but at Kings people don't jam ace-5 suited from under gun with 15 bigs. Very good point. I just think if we have nines or tens, I just want to call there. I want to take my chances. If I lose, I lose. I mean, how tight do I want to be calling? Less than 15 bigs total. Yes, I know it's some situations we're playing for our tournament life. It depends how tough my table is. If there's people doing crazy things, which happens a lot at the King's Resort, I can get behind folding nines occasionally, as it is for our tournament life. But blinds go up, you know, they don't go down, and you'll be kicking yourself then when you get blinded out of these kind of events, which can happen, and it's happened a lot lately for players. They're just suddenly at 3 and 4 blinds and they don't know when to gamble or to try double up, and then sadly they basically get blinded out of the event. Mel says, think with 9-9 you dominate 5s through to 8s and the rest of the range is no bueno. Yeah, another good point. Just to get to this point, you play over 15 hours of poker, then you stick it in with a flip at best. Yes, right, okay, but the flip side of that thing, of that situation is our opponent should never, or in theory anyway, be shoving 15 bigs with 10s plus. So therefore, we're never going to be crushed with our 9s. Occasionally we're going to be dominating, right? We'll say rarely, and the rest of the time we're going to be flipping. But if someone folds an ace or a king along the way, our 9s are doing even better, for whatever the card may be, and we're ahead as the pair. So I think I can get behind folding 8s, 7s, 6s, etc. But I think 9s plus, we just want to flick it in. And you're talking to a gambling Irishman here, so I'm always going to err on the side of let's flip. Flip for the chips. KML says, yeah, they shouldn't, but this is Rosvedov. Yeah, well, you see, if I call off there and someone shows tens, jacks, or queens, let's presume they never do it with kings or aces, and I don't like the word never. KML says, have I booked my stay for the World Series of Poker Europe? Yes. No, I have not. I'm getting some renovations done, so I don't know if I'll be able to make it. And Nami says 99 for how much? It was for 15. It's 580k, so 14 and a half bigs. We have one blind invested as our big blind. We have one blind invested as our big blind ante. We have no players to act behind us, and it's basically for our tournament life. I know what you mean, though. You've been hustling these boys, grinding away, chipping away for the guts of 15 blinds, 15 hours you said. Yeah, sorry, I think the button should have opened there as well. Or if you're asking about the nines, it was just a straight jam from under the gun. We were in the big blind. The under the gun was shoving for 14 and a half big blinds. We are in the big blind with nines, and we are basically in a coin flip situation for our tournament life. Yeah, that's what I said. It's just an open. We shouldn't be shoving 15 bigs, but this is kings. Expect the unexpected. Yes, it was an open shove. Thank you, Johan. Nines called in the big blind. That is why I'm always saying off that 15 big blind stack under the gun, you can do a lot with it. If you are just going to be ripping your good hands, then when you do come in for an open with aces or kings, the jig is up. That is why if we use our ace queens and ace kings as opens, then we can throw in the occasional suit connector bluff, you know, just hoping to take it down. Like hands that you could shove would play better as just an open, hopefully get it through. If not, gonna have some favorable outcomes on flops, turns and rivers. And Nami says he would fold 9-9 in this spot against rats. Nami says, it's me, bro, Patrick Yaros. We've got an imposter in the chat. Someone claiming to be Patrick Yaros. I don't think Patrick Yaros will be coming in saying hello on a Sunday evening like this. Also, can we just have a moment to say that these players have probably never played for this kind of money before. It's a small buy-in with a massive, massive first prize. So you're going to see plays that are suspect and different. You're going to be spoiled for choice with all the pros coming over for the World Series of Poker Europe and the World Series of Poker Circuit event 3 weeks before that. So that's 6 weeks total. Maybe even 7. MJ's asked me the same question. Am I coming to Kings for the World Series of Poker Europe? No, it's bad timing. I don't think I will be. That's my time to be off. It's my holidays. If I can make it, I will, but I have renovations I'm doing. It was really not ideal timing. Jack 8-5 is the flop. I promise though, if I do go over there, maybe if it's not this year, I really hope it'll definitely be next year. I'll probably just get a one-way flight and hope for the best. I guess we'll find out at closer to the time. Bet taking it down there. Martin raising to 90k with pocket nines from mid position 1. Thank you, MJ. Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah, I've just have a lot of family stuff going on this year, especially right now in the next couple of months. So don't think I will be making the trip this year to the World Series of Poker Europe. But I assure you all, when I am going, you will all know. I will announce it several times. On here, Queen 9-7 is the flop. Set for Martin. Two Martins. Hollenstein folding the pocket trees. Martin picking that one up. Okay, well, it says overlay again in this event. Well, it's the tail end of the summer. Everyone is going everywhere. I don't think it's by much. Value for money. Avram raising to 80k under the gun with the king queen off suit, all the way around to Hollenstein on the button, a7 of diamonds. Sometimes I would just call here, but with just under 20 bigs, I think when the raises come from under the gun, we just want to let this one go. Not the end of the world to call. Just have to be very careful on flops, turns, and rivers. Very easy to just go broke with top pair and under the gun range, raising and repping a hand much stronger than ace-7. A lot of the time, if it comes out an ace, and it does indeed, two of them, ace-8. Like, this is a good example. If Avram had ace-king or ace-queen, this would be GG Hollenstein. Nothing we can do when two aces flop out. Hollenstein raising to 235k. As Johan is saying, that the Italian poker sport the last time was 1.6 million, which I think is incredible. Ivan is in the house. Wazza, King Chat, and Mods. As 54 players remaining now. Wazza, Ivan. I said Wazza in years, but I remember that Budweiser ad like it was yesterday with those 3 frogs. Martin taking that one down with the ace-king. Blue Eagle going to take this one down. Janet's in the house. All the Action Army regs are out in force tonight. Great to have you with us, folks. 50 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €739. Few young faces at this feature table. And Victor deciding to let the Queen 8 suited go. I think off his stack size and his image, I just keep pouncing and pounding on this table. No one's really giving him much trouble yet. No reason to slow down. I think that's a little bit too tight from the Queen 8 suited in the hijack. And what's going on here? Martin limping and Werner shoving into big. And Werner, a lot of the times that would have went the other way around. The ace-5 would jam and Werner would call. The ace-5 losing the absolute minimum on this occasion. Yeah, the pay jump was reached. Johan, all players guaranteed 739. Blue Eagle raising in the hijack to 100k. Ace Jack of clubs. And Tran in the big. Nicole, Queen 9 off suit. Two of the younger players at this table. Tran against the Blue Eagle. Blue Eagle looking very young. Wasn't expecting to see Blue Eagle check back on this board, but it does smack the big blind perceived defending range. And Blue Eagle playing this one deceptively. Now Tran picking up a good shot straight draw on the turn. Blue Eagle gonna have to oblige an 80k bet here. We'll call. River coming up trumps for Blue Eagle. Tran with top pair now. If I'm Tran, we'll go into check call mode or try get additional value. I think when we river a queen here, we want to just be betting a second time. Unlikely our opponent has clubs after he checks the flop, but that is why deception such a good ploy. 225 is the bet from Tran, and now Blue Eagle. I suggest, or I reckon we will see some Hollywooding before he raises. No suggest about it. Raises to 550, but see his body language here. He's leaning forward into the table. He's barely taught for longer than 10 seconds before raising, just indicating significant strength. Tran not going to like this one, and he does block straights with the 9 of diamonds here, but he unblocks the clubs. This line just rarely going to be a bluff from Blue Eagle. Tran is perplexed, but eventually does let it go. 49 players remaining now. Blinds are up, you've heard the man. Small blind now 25k, big blind now 50k, with a 50k running big blind ante. That's 25, 50, 50. Very tight fold there from the pocket nines. Andre shoving for 12, almost 13 bigs under the gun with sixes. Getting away with murder, really. The nines want to be calling there, especially off a stack of over 3 million, which is good for 60 bigs. Nice pickup for the Italiano. And Andre on the button here, raising to 110k with king queen off suit, off 15 bigs. And it's a good thing he didn't go for a jam here, because Victor waiting in the big blind with a dominating ace queen off suit makes a really good and standard jam. Some players would 3-bet here, some players just call. I think we know the best course of action here is just the jam. Both players sub 20 big blinds to start the hand, the small and the button. Now for Andre, this sometimes would be a raise call. I think it's a very strong hand to raise call with, but he's got the small blind to worry about. Gets away from a hand as strong as king queen. And Victor will take down those chips and now be playing almost 3.5 million. About 3 Fede. So high jab, shoving all in for 12 bigs. Will get the job done with the ace-9 of clubs. Flamingo is in the house. Hello, Flamingo. Good evening. Welcome. So suddenly 6 players at this feature table, all 20 big blinds or less. That is important to note going forward here. When they have that kind of stack size, they're limited with what they can do in terms of their 3-bets. Going to be just rejamming the majority of the time, especially against late position openers. It enables the bigger stacks to make a lot more moves. You really want to be applying maximum amount of pressure to the shorter stacks. Less than 50 players remaining in the field, 24 going through to tomorrow, bagging and tagging. Well, it could be a God evening as well, Flamingo. God works in mysterious ways. Blue Eagle and the small raising to 100k. Now, with a hand like ace-7, I don't really like a min raise here. I would prefer if we seen him raise larger or just move all in. Blue Eagle checking. See, we given the option for Avram to see a flop with a hand as weak as King 3. Don't really like this call from Avram with King High on the turn. There's too many hands that beat him. Now it's a double pair board. And he might think his King High is good here, the way this is played out. Blue Eagle betting 250. Avram with 550 total, so almost half of his stack here to call on the river. 800k in the pot, 250 to call, so he's getting over 3-1, so it doesn't need to be good that often to make this a profitable call, but the way this is played out, I don't know how often he's going to be good with just King High. Does beat some busted straight draws, no flush draws on board. Blue Eagle wins another one. Got a flamingo and a bird in the Action Army on Twitch, and we've got a Blue Eagle on the feature table. We just need a vulture, an ostrich and a pigeon now. We'll have enough for a six-handed cash game. All in or fold. Winner wins a basket of eggs. Quad eights with the King Jack. And Flamingo is informing me that Blue Eagle is a soccer group of 1860 Munich. Nice one, thank you for that. I lived in Germany for a while. They had some crazy amount of different soccer teams. I was over there when Germany won the World Cup. Wow. Incredible scenes. A lot of fireworks. Hollenstein raising to 125. Victor just going to call in the cutoff. These are these hands now. If he'd ace queen offsuit, I would prefer a 3-bet. He just wants to call with the suited ace queen in the cutoff. It's fair enough. And here's Hollenstein flopping a set. 375 in the pot. Victor betting 150, so Hollenstein's trap is working. Just wants to be calling this. No need to raise here. I know there's straight draws and flush draws on this flop. Just decide to just check jam. As Flamingo says, you know there is 1860 and Bayern in Munich. He is from the Blues in Munich. Okay, thank you very much. Wouldn't want to get that wrong. Yeah, I think when we play a set that way after flopping so good, we just want to call and be a bit perplexed. You know, there's some turn cards that our opponent will keep barreling on. We can easily just check raise all in on the turn. Our hand is just going to play better as a check call or just bet ourselves. Flamingo says, feels like a coin flip if there is a straight draw. Yeah, fair enough. If you think your opponent is just like pretty much always calling, then by all means check jam. But unless we have significant information that our opponent is going to be really strong in that particular situation, just want to check call or bet ourselves. We're not afraid of anything coming off on the turn like an ace or a king, etc, etc. We're not loving if a 10 of spades rolls off on the turn, but there's just so many good cards that can pop off on the turn that we get additional value from. So if you have to weigh up our options, I think it's a far superior play to check call or just bet small ourselves. Meanwhile, in this hand, Hohenstein getting his opponent to fold and avoiding a chop. three-way action to the flop here on ace-ace deuce, and blue eagle with pocket fours, Martin with pocket sixes, quad eights with the 7-6 of clubs. 47 players remaining now. We are getting close to another pay jump. And this time it will be for €140. That is the difference between 45th place and 44th, so keep an eye on that. Wallenstein raising under the gun with the ace-10 of hearts. Flamingo asks, is there any 5-card draw table sometimes? Probably are at Kings, but I just concentrate on the No Limit Hold'em tournaments, so don't think you'll be seeing them on stream anytime soon. Although sometimes you get to see me lose my mind trying to commentate on PLO. There is PLO the Big Rap from time to time, and I love how much action happens. That's always a brilliant one on the calendar. It's usually about a £2 buy-in. About once every quarter you get to hear me commentate on PLO, which I always find fascinating. So many spots come up. It's so hard to keep it up with all the action. I just shout out how much percentage people have, what blockers they have, etc, etc. Victor raising to 125 at the 10-9 of spades. Avram shoving over the top of pocket nines for 525. I was only joking with you, Flamingo. Yeah, no, you wouldn't have them on the stream, but you will find some cash tables with 5 cards. Predominantly at the King's Resort, you'll be playing No Limit Hold'em and PLO cash games, and then No Limit Hold'em tournaments, and then occasionally there will be PLO tournaments. I'm sure you will find, like I said earlier, something for everyone in the audience. I'm sure you'll have no problem finding other players who would want to play 5 card. Some of the moderators will be able to answer that question better than I can. There is a wide variety of games to play in Rozvadov. That's why we love the place so much. says, okay, thanks, we'll be around in September, we'll have a look. Good luck all in is all I'll say if you're playing any game with more than 2 cards. It's hard enough to win a hold'em. But hey. And that goes against what I was saying earlier about being an Irish gambler. We love to gamble in Ireland, but I've always just preferred Nolan Beholden. But PLO cash games, very, very popular in Ireland. Big games, of course, they are very popular in the King's Resort as well. Just bring your wallet and you'll be fine. The kiddie game is down the street. Avram getting that one through now under the gun with 15 bigs, pocket sevens, and the decision. With hands like this, I kind of understand why we might want to jam over min raise. But I think off 15 bigs, could just min raise. I think folding is also totally fine. We can fold fives and sixes for sure. I think we want to be opening 8s plus or 9s plus, definitely. I think folding 7s and 8s a little bit too tight, so he goes for a raise of 110, and I think this is probably his best option of the 3. Bird says the last time he played 5-card draw, he played for close. Oh, brilliant. Victor coming in hot with the 3 bet raise, queen of clubs from the small blind to 3 fide. Loads of fresh clothes to bring back to his nest. The action back on Avram now. Forced to let the 7s go. They're playing over 3 million once more. Tran with the min raise with the ace-5 of hearts. Victor could have decided to just call on the button there and see a flop. Think that's fine with a hand like King-9 suited. Decides against it though. Give him credit to Tran. Tran taking that one down with a small bet. The eagle deciding to just call on the button here with the ace-5 of diamonds. I think this is totally fine, but I prefer to just use this in our min-raising range. Just let the small blind in there, and Martin getting a free flop with the 7-5 of spades will oblige. 200k in the middle. Flop is king 9-4. Abraham, plenty of equity here with his good shot straight draw. Jack and 10 working for him. Also, all players checking to the turn. Turn is the 4 of spades. And it is Martin who's going to take that one down. Interesting that we didn't see a bet on return from the Jack 10. .45 players remaining now. Pay jump looming of about €140 between 45th and 44th. We will have a break in a couple of hands' time for about 15 minutes total. An eagle raising with the queen jack offsuit. This is why, if he's going to raise the queen jack offsuit, it's fine to mix up limps on the button, but I think when we've got ace-5 suited, ace-x just plays better as a raise. We have other hands we want to be limping with. I would prefer to limp this on the button than the ace-5. However, I'm shoving over the top, sub 10 big blinds. Limited amount of fold equity, and I would like to see Eagle call this one for 365k more. It's 7 big blinds and a little bit of cheese on top. The shove for less than 10 total. There's 690 in the middle. We're getting about 2 to 1 on our money. We only need about 33% equity. You can see that we have 42% equity. decides to just let it go. Avram showing an ace. It's all in for 535. Takes down blinds and antes, adding 125k to his stack. Nice pickup. All in under the gun for Andre, and look at this, Hollenstein picking up the kings of kings. What a time to pick these up. The Cowboys, 45 remaining and an all in front of you. And you cover the under the gun range. Or their jam for 660, significantly playing almost 2 million. We've got action. Just decides to shove over the top.
Everybody up on 7+.
This will be the last hand before the break, so Andre, looks like both tens are already folded, so it's just 1% equity. Ouch! $1.4 million in the middle. 883, and it is all over. 44 players will remain as we go on a 15-minute break. Stay tuned. We still have 20 eliminations to go before it's all said and done tonight, live from the King's Resort in Rosendorp. I will see you all in a few moments. Lucky luck under the gun, raising with ace queen off suit to 45k. And he's sad with the two black Jeffreys, 2 seats over.
Raise.
He's going to raise. The 3-bet to 105k. Mexi now in the big blind with 2 9s. A difficult spot. The raise coming from under the gun and the 3-bet from mid position 1.
Oh.
Just calls the 85k more. I think with this stack depth, this is totally fine. Try flop a set 3 ways. Why not? So 3-way action to the flop, 345k in the middle. Ace, 8, 7, all spades is the flop. Lucky luck, flopping by far the best of it here. Top pair, queen high flush draw. Sad wants to bet. He wants to bet something around 100k, 85k, something like that. Goes for 90.
How much to play, please?
I cannot see this. Can you cut it like 20? Please?
Lucky luck, the option.
250.
Raise or just call. Raising 250k here.
All in.
Look at this, instead going over the top. Just the jack of spades. Going with his read. Don't know what this accomplishes really. It's a very daring move. Lucky luck showing significant strength, raising to 250,000 on the flop. He is a non-believer of the $250,000 raise, it would seem. And if you're lucky, look, you're not loving this calling off. You're going to be losing against made flushes, ace king, considerable portion of the time here.
You show? I fold a really
Wow,
big hand.
wow.
I know.
You would not
Sad.
believe if you see.
You can see later.
Later we can see.
Mad genius move has worked.
King of spades. I say
no, that's okay.
set aces.
Or
King of spades.
I think set ace.
Sad
ace.
repping a hand stronger than ace queen.
So we can later.
I think you have maybe a set
Getting
7 or 8.
lucky luck to fold
I
ace
have
queen
ace
with the queen of
and
spades.
very good flash draw.
We're playing poker today, folks.
Show one
One card, one card, one card.
No.
Wow. Ace queen and queen of spades. Wow.
On the turn.
The move with the jacks, with the jack of spades working this time, but needs to be really careful doing stuff like that. Renato raising to 12k. Luca in the hijack with ace king. We've got action here. This is going to be a big flip, one would imagine.
Can I have a count? Okay. How much? 47.
Is for almost his entire stack, but with a hand as strong as Jack's here, not going to get much better opportunities. Calls it off. All in the fella. Call the other fella. 301,000 in the middle here.
Good luck.
Must be a jack burned somewhere. Luca 57%. The Jeffries 43. Queen 8 deuce. Hits the flop 2 hearts. Great start for Renato. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Great turn for Renato. Luca needing an ace or a king on the river. It does not come. Luca has been eliminated.
It's different in this situation.
See you.
Good game.
Bro? Bro, you have to. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
What's up?
Good morning. Are you ready for today?
Yeah. See you at Kings.
It's in my room. It's charging. Ab 16%.
Alright guys, we are ready to start. Lights are 30, 60, 68. Best of luck with Argentina.
We've got all in and call. First hand back. 1.2 million in the middle. Werner 36% with his king jack off suit and quad eights with pocket fours. King in the window, king 5-5. Turn is the 3 of clubs. Now a 4 needed on the river for quad 8s, or he will be our 43rd place finisher. River is an ace of hearts. Foreigner. Scoop those chips. So 42 players remaining now, all guaranteed €880. Less than 20 eliminations to go. For all players remaining, we'll bag, tag, and hopefully get a good night's rest before a long, action-packed, fun-filled day starting at 2:30 Central European Time tomorrow. Blinds are up, by the way. 60k is the big blind, 30k is the small blind with a 60k. Running big blind ante, that's 30, 60, 60. Martin going for 3x with the 2 ladies in the small blind. Victor going to call for an additional 90k. Flopping best here with king 10 for 2 clubs. Check from Hollenstein. Victor betting 200k. $760 in the pot now after Martin check calling on the flop. 6 of diamonds goes check, check. River is the 5 of diamonds, giving Victor 2 pair. And it looks like Martin is going to go for blockerish type sizing that we always talk about on this channel, going for 1/5 pot. And Victor has a clear raise, in my opinion. Wants to raise to about 450, 475, 500. 450 is the raise. This is just unlikely to be a bluff. It does quickly get called by Hollenstein. Hollenstein, a non-believer. Not a good hand for us to bluff catch here with queens on the river, because we block a lot of combo draws We block our opponent having a lot of flush draws there, holding the queen of clubs ourselves. Even a straight draw. And we just have way better hands to call with on the river once we are raised. Ringo says, "Oh, sweet, without the 5 more." Definitely raise it. Yeah, I think it would have been fine to just call if he hadn't hit 2 pair on the river, but when he hits 2 pair, we just have a clear raise. 40 players remaining now. So Victor raising to 130 in the cutoff with ace-8 and eagle calling on the button with a dominating ace-9 suited. And Avram in the small here just wants to be shoving over the top of this open and call. A lot of juice out there for the taking. And now for Eagle, it's 440 more for him to call. And we've seen him fold that Queen Jack for sub 10 bigs. This one's for 12. I'd actually like to see Eagle make a call here, but he does call for the additional 440, and we're off to the races. Queen 6 deuce is the flop, and Avram looking well for a double up here with his pocket eights. 1.4 million in the middle, 3 of diamonds hits the turn. Eagle needing an ace or a 9 here on the river. Doesn't arrive. It's the deuce of diamonds. Eagle will have to pay the man. Now left with 13 bigs himself. That was another spot where I just felt like he was priced in. Does make the call, the correct call. Could have elected to just rejam pre either, but loses the flip. Still in with a shot with 12 and 13 bigs. Nice double up there for Avram. Martin, short stack with 12 bigs. Two closely bunched stacks with 37 remaining now. Martin taking down the blinds and antes, now playing 820k. Werner going to call him the small here. Your original opener is Victor. Jack 7-3 is the flop. Good flop for Victor to continue. A lot of backdoor equity in the form of a spade, a straight draw, a king, or a 10. Totally fine to just check back if he wants, but I think this is one that is going to play best as a bet. Does bet 175, and Werner now with the decision. Pocket 5 facing 2 overcards. The problem with calling from the small pre is if we don't flop a set, we don't really know where we're at with our 5s a lot of the time. Going to be faced with at least 1, 2, and sometimes 3 overcards. So let's it go. Johan Demand says today we play down to 24 players at the end of level 30. We are now at level 24. I assume today we end at 24 players. Yeah, just 12 eliminations away from that point, Johan. I don't think we will get to another 6 levels, 7 levels, including this one. 6 total. But hey, it's the King's Resort. Expect the unexpected, but the action has been great this evening over the last 60 hands or so. It's been ruthless, it's been vicious. Gang violence. Avram the hijack making it 130 to go. Pocket 6 is going to get the job done. Hollenstein not going to defend with a 7-3 off suit. And 36 players remaining, so a pay jump is looming of about €150. Just one elimination to go for that. Victor now playing 4.2 million, 70 big blinds. What a whopper of a stack here. And it feels like this. Veteran asks 5 smurfing on the table. Not sure what that means. Johan says the next pay jump is the first one above €1,000. Not bad, guaranteeing yourself €1,000 and coming back. I expect play to tighten up a bit though. We've got that pay jump looming. Players know what's at stake, how much they're playing for. They won't have been in a situation many times like this before. A lot of players remaining in this field will be recreationals. What an amazing opportunity to play for well over 40 grand, well over 50 grand, including the 10 grand ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year. Victor taking down the blinds and antes, and any time the players at this table can take down the blinds and antes successful, they're adding 150k to their stack. So if you're a short stack and you're shoving in 10 bigs, 600k right now, you're adding 25% to your stack just by taking down the blinds and antes, which is incredible stuff. That's another reason the action will slow down a little bit as well, Johan. 4 tables of 9 indeed, yes. The average stack getting closer to 40 big blinds also. Panda Fish, new player at the table. Ace King of Diamonds, 24 big blinds and the decision. Oh, dearie me, Victor. 2 black aces from Panda Fish, opening to 130. Love this sizing from Victor. I predict we will just see Panda Fish move all in, but he is getting great odds to just see the flop. I think with a hand as strong as Ace King suited, we just want to be 4-bet ripping. It is going to look quite strong from Victor though. Jello is saying his goodbyes. Good night, everyone. Good night, Jello. All in, snap by Victor. Panda Fish going to get terrible news. Over 3 million in this pot. Victor is going to have mountains unless Panda Fish gets lucky, which he will do 12% of the time. Seven, 6 deuce is the flop. Is the Jack of Hearts seals the deal, and now Victor playing 100 big blinds. And the Fish has been eliminated. He will be disgusted to leave in 36th place. Pay jump has been reached. Nothing he could do there, of course. Unlucky, so a good game. 35 remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €1,025.
gewonnen und der hat doch vorher schon mit seinen Damen gespielt. Also der hat insane. Battle of the Chiefs.
As Johan says, that was a short visit on the feature table. One hand. It's the way she goes sometimes, bud. Martin calling for 120 with ace 10 of hearts. Victor calling in the hijack with pocket sevens. Tran with the two red Jeffries. The original opener, of course, from under the gun. This is incredible. Werner picking up two black ladies. What sort of action have we got here? Martin in the small blind with pocket kings. He's all in with two black kings, and the action is going to be back on Tran. Incredible stuff here. If there's ever a time to get rid of jacks, I think it might be now. This is a crazy deck here at the Kings. What a spot here for Martin if he can hold. I wouldn't be shocked to see Tran move all in with this, because it is about 15 or sub 20 bigs for both of the jams, but I think given this kind of action, it's just too significant. Jacks have to go in the muck. Werner thinks he's whipping over the best hand. Little does he know, he's getting the bad news now. Action time with Action Dan. Indeed, Johan. 34 players remaining, just 10 eliminations away from the day ending. 8-5 deuce is the flop. It's all been all premiums today. A lot of premiums. And Werner now going to need a lady. Oh my God, he drills a lady. I do not believe it. What a turn card. That is sick for Martin. And now Martin needing a king on that river. He cannot get the job done and has been eliminated. Got a feel for him. Unlucky, sir. Good game. We'll go home in 34th place. And what a moment there for the ladies. I think you're going to have one foot out the door, or at least be left with fumes to spit up. Instead, you double up, eliminate the player and move closer to securing a place in the final 24 tomorrow. As Johan says, poker can be cruel. Yeah, that's why we love the game and hate it. If we were to win all the time, it'd be a bit too easy. Won the race, 130. Johan says he remembers last week aces against ace king pre-flop and it came king on the turn, king on the river, and then it happened later on to the same guy. He got turned, flopped, his opponent flopped a queen with ace queen, turned a queen for trips. Ah, here we go again, folks. Look at this. 3 pairs out there. Action time. Once more, Martin calling the 130. Victor 3-betting to 400. And Avram in the cutoff with pocket jacks. And the decision facing a raise, a call, a 3-bet. Wouldn't be shocked to see Avram let the jacks go here. But against Victor, oh my God, Victor getting away with murder. I called it, I predicted it. I think Jack's just too strong against the chip leaders 3-bet there, but you have to remember, original raise coming from under the gun, a flat from under the gun +1, and a squeeze. As Johan asked, did I shuffle the cards? Well, I'm the announcer, buddy. I'm the guy I'm the Bruce Buffer. I'm the guy who tells the guy to shuffle up and deal. Cards are in the air. I need some new catchphrases. We've been doing this over a year now. Some of them are getting a bit stale, a bit old. Got to keep things fresh, keep the regs guessing. Exactly. Love the name, by the way. Nice one for joining us. Love a good screen name on this channel. All that action from early position, not even comfortable with the jacks. See, I wasn't comfortable with the jacks either. If I'm sitting there, I don't even think it's the worst pass. What is going on? Rebalancing of tables.
No, we are playing. We are playing.
They are playing. People are going to get dealt out. I don't know what's going on here. Sit back down, lads. Seatbelts. These guys need seatbelts. Come on. Protect your hand at all times. Must have been some significant action happening on the outer tables. Surely not worth timing out. I think in the jacks spot there, I would fold 10s and 9s and 8s pretty comfortably. I would fold ace queen pretty comfortably. I think it's a jacks plus kind of a spot. I don't love it. I don't hate it getting in there with jacks, but with all that dead money out there, if we can get our opponents to fold. Johan says the outer tables on Sundays are not near the feature table. That's fair enough, but they all jumped up for some reason, and I don't see any of them sitting back down with free ice cream. So something must have been happening that was causing a commotion. Maybe the Duff man was going around giving out free beer. Someone going around giving out free beer might be enough to get 9 men to jump up out of their seats. Either that or it was someone from Queens came in and caught their attention in a different way. 32 players remaining, 8 eliminations away from the conclusion. From the day concluding. Pay jump is going to be looming soon. A little bit away from that yet, so no pay jumps for the players to be worrying about at the moment. Juan said tomorrow the outer tables are near the feature table. We'll keep that in mind, Johan. Maybe someone won some money on the slot machines jackpot. Something's going on. I'm just going to concentrate on the action. If players are in their seats, they're in their seats. If they're not, I'm not their mammy. Thomas raising to 130k. We'll take down the blinds and antes. Welcome to the table, sir. So basically, the sus is there are 4 tables of 8. We will play down until there are 3 tables of 8 going back tomorrow. Victor and Giovanni, the head honchos at this feature table. A couple of short stacks and a couple of stacks in the middle of the pack, as you would expect. Average stack now, exactly 40 big blinds. There's a hell of a lot to play for. Victor going for a small raise size with 6-4 offsuit. Gets the eagle to fold his 10 deuce. Needs to be careful doing them kind of sizings from the small blind though. You are giving massive odds for the big blind to just see a flop in position. Giovanni taking that one down with the king, jack of spades. Eagle going all in over the top of Hollenstein, and this is very callable here for Hollenstein. It is 480 more for him to call though. Is hijack against button, but it is for just about 10 big blinds total. Shaking his head. Wouldn't be shocked to see a fold here. And the eagle gets the job done there. Nice pickup for the queen jack off suit. That one's not always going to get through, but got it through successfully this time. Skynuts is back in the house. Hello, Skynuts. Says the little escargot still chip leading the remaining players. Not the same guy from last weekend, surely. Which escargot is it this time? Lines have gone up. We've had one more elimination, by the way. Don't have any information on the outer tables, just the feature table itself. Thomas giving a walk. Werner picking up chips. Thomas with 11 bigs since they've just gone up to 40, 80, 80. Shoves all in. No other move here from the button. Unless you want to raise call with 11 bigs, which you can. And that looks like what he's going to do. I thought he shoved. I like this from Thomas. You're going to get weaker hands to rejam. That might fold had you just jammed yourself. Also, occasionally you get to see a flop. There's a lot of favourable outcomes for us. Werner just wants to be rejamming this one all day, I think. Huge fold there from the sixes. I understand if he folded had Thomas moved all in from the button. Perhaps he just thinks Thomas has the absolute top end of his range. And he does to a certain extent, but I think six is just a bit too nitty of a fold for my liking. It opens the door up for trying to see a flop. And on 7-5-3, Thomas going for a check back because this board favouring the perceived big blind defending range. Goes for a delayed C bet, although the 9 of diamonds is even worse. Now, more straight draws and flush draws out there. To be honest with you, I would like to try and check the turn. If I get any, so I plan to fold by the river. Off goes check. Good man behaving himself, folding. Tran in the small blind with 2 mystery cards. Looks like he's moved all in. Big shove here into Giovanni. Giovanni with the king 9 off suit. Definitely callable. The majority of the time here, but it is nearly 1.4 million of his 5.2 million stack. Trying really getting away with one there with the Jack 6 of diamonds.
7-2.
King 9 going to play well in that situation, but just decides he's got over 5 million chips, no point in risking about a third of his stack there. Decides to let it go, takes the conservative option. 30 players remaining now. Eagle with the shove under the gun +1 with king 9 of clubs. 11.5 bigs or so. Giovanni in the small blind, ace queen of clubs. Will be dancing with this one. And Eagle has got 2 live cards, but doesn't want to see clubs. 28% equity here against Giovanni's ace queen. Ace in the window, ace 9-4. Eagle going to need some running hearts or a 9 or a king. Turn is an 8 of hearts. The youngster needing a heart for a split. River is a 9 instead for the double. Sickness for Giovanni. Eagle will sit back down, now playing 2 million chips. It is a 9 from Giovanni. It is a yeah for the Eagle.
We're still enough.
Okay, folks, very sorry about that. We ran into some technical difficulties. Still 30 players remaining. Ace King of Hearts in the hijack here for Hollenstein. So Hollenstein raising to 175 in the hijack again. Apologies about the technical difficulties there. Victor calling in the cut-off for 175 with the King Jack off suit. Yes, we are back in action, Johan. 4-3 deuce hits the board. 2 clubs. Hollenstein betting 250. You can see it's going to work on this occasion. No hearts on board. Bit of a straight draw. Dodgy enough board, but he does get to take it down. Now playing 1.3 mil. Ace King in the hijack for Victor. $180 to go. Jack 10 deuce is the flop. One more elimination has occurred, so that means 29 players remaining now. Really have liked watching Victor play so far. Very calm, collected character, cool as a cucumber, even has the green to show it. He's took it all in his stride. Then Nuts asks, how did the guy with the long hair get all of those chips? Been away for like half an hour. Won a massive pot then Nuts with aces against ace king of diamonds. Black ace against ace king of diamonds. And he won another all in as far as I can remember. There we were dealing with some technical difficulties there for a couple of minutes, but other than that I don't think I missed out on much. He won a couple of small pots as well. They all add up, especially when we're fast approaching 100k big blind. Nice flop for the eagle, 2 pair. This KML says the best haircut at the feature table gets plus 15% run good. Well, what if you don't have any hair, KML? What about them people, huh? Surely the best haircut is when you get rid of all your hair. I just run a lawnmower over my top of my head and I'm good to go. Victor 77 big blinds playing nearly a third of all the chips in play at this feature table. Tran and Thomas your short stacks, and Martin all playing 16 and 15 bigs, and Avram with 18, Matthias with 22, Eagle with 32, and second place at this feature table is Giovanni, playing over 20% of the chips in play. Okay, Mel says fair enough, ball geezers always look shifty though. Okay, can't disagree with you there. I've known to be up to no good from time to time. Thomas making it 180 to go in the cutoff with ace 3 of spades, and Giovanni in the big. Just wants to be shoving on Thomas here, cutoff against big blind. As he's 3-betting juicing. I'd much prefer just the jam. It's sub 20 big blinds to start the hand. It's 15 actually. Just plays better. Same diff. Don't think we'll be seeing Thomas continue. Nothing Thomas can do there, has to let it go. Last pay jump of the day has been reached indeed, €1,200. guaranteed to all players remaining. That's a grand on top of their entry, give or take. 27 remaining. 3 eliminations away from saying goodnight. Eagle raises to 160 with the ace-10 of hearts and Tran on the button. Just wants to be rejamming this one, does move all in. Gets the job done, takes it down. Wouldn't have minded a call, of course, but happy to take that one down, play close to 20 big blinds. Victor betting. Eagle putting a stop to that one with his pair and flush draw. Eagle suddenly fast approaching 3 million. Thomas shoving all in with the ace queen. Takes down the blinds and antes. We're going to see a lot of that taking down the blinds this close to the final day of the German Poker Tour. Victor taking down the blinds and antes, getting close to 6 million now. Once more. Yes, indeed, Johan. Heard that one from the top myself. There will be a break of about 15 minutes in 7 minutes' time. This one not over yet. Tens for Giovanni. Oh God, we've got action. Avram. Shoves it all in with ace king. Giovanni going to be forced to call this one for less than $1 million more. Just 12 big blinds. Can't be passing spots like this. All in call, 2.7 million in the middle. Big moment here for both players. 42% equity for the ace king. Giovanni 58% with his 2 tens. And the flop, queen 8-3, tens looking safe for now. 3-1 favourite as we hit the turn. Turn is a deuce of diamonds, and now Avram really needing an ace or a king or he will be eliminated. River is a 3 and Giovanni celebrates Playing almost identical stack to the chip leader at this table now. Might have just overtook him by one big. Avram has been eliminated. 26 players remaining now. Werner in the small, raising to a mil. Tran conceding. The 6-4. Just want to be shoving that one in Werner's spot. In the small blind, sub 15 bigs, just want to jam. No point in juicing. Don't really want to be going post flop. Tran in the small, just going to shove 16 bigs, and I think this is way too big of a jam. He wants to be inducing here. Even limp. Instead, just decides to shove. What do I always say? I said that's profitable, but it doesn't make it optimal. So we'll be going on a 10-minute break, not 15. 10-minute break after this hand. 2 more eliminations to go before it's all said and done tonight. Trying on the button, Jack 8 suited. I think he wants to use this one in his min-raise folding range. He could also limp. Makes it 160. Victor decides to stuff it on him with a Jack 9 offsuit. That means we are going to go on a 10-minute break, and I will see you all in a few moments.
The whole tournament has been
Jack of Hearts on the turn, would you believe? Is turn a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. Maybe just took the day off school, but no, obviously all joking aside. Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely. He's not happy. I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Helmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys and girls.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, huge blind.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, pourboire. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Sorry. Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foy, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. That run out. Daniel ships it in deep with the king 8. Going to get out of the way, as will Kim in the small. See if Paul wakes up with anything. Wakes up with 4s. May look this up here. For 10 big blinds more.
4. Well, 4, 3, 60, yeah.
And it does make the call, and would you believe Negreanu is in great shape. Gonna win this.
You gotta get there. You got 2 suits though.
4 out of 5 times.
You rooting for me? I think he's rooting for you.
If Paul can drill a 2-outer or find some clubs or spades,
Nothing personal.
he's gonna have 20 of the 30 million in play.
He freaking moved it like those 4.
5 to come, chat.
I'm like, I had him. You know, he's the monster. All of a sudden,
Phoenix
like 2
looking
bigs.
for bracelet number 7. Can he find the hold here?
12 on my sack.
Jack 4 deuce. Paul flops middle set.
You do have hearts.
Nasty.
That was sweet.
A 6-8 game, chat.
I know, just like that. Yeah. So at least it's not a selfie stick.
Deuce to hearts on the turn does present a flush draw, but unfortunately for D-Negs, Poir has boated up.
You too. Early, maybe this helps.
Premature handshake between the two.
GG. GG.
GG's all around as the ace of spades rolls off on the river, and we lose 6-time bracelet winner. And let's just name it, all-round poker legend Daniel Negreanu in for a great start.
You need the 4 of spades.
4 of spades, yep.
Alright. Got their skills, not using RTA.
Okay. So you think the first is like system which is somewhat sustainable would be like high rake for high volume players who don't select.
High rate back, high volume players. Well, that's kind of like employees, right? Starting the game.
Your wife is Jewish?
So, kids Jewish too, because of the mom. Older daughter speaks pretty good Hebrew. Young one doesn't speak.
Oh, so they have a family in Israel?
Yeah, mom, their grandma lives there, yeah. And all the cousins and, yeah, big family kind of.
You ever been?
Yeah, 2 times with them.
But your kids speak no Finnish, right?
Hebrew, French, those are fluent, and then it's Spanish and Italian. That is pretty good, Spanish and Italian. Easy because it's people speak a lot of Italian, and in Monaco, and she used to go to Italy to horse ride, and coach would speak only Italian.
I try teaching my kids Russian, but it's just when your spouse doesn't speak the same language, it's just not gonna work.
Yeah, it comes down to how much can you spend time with them, and I couldn't do that. I just simply couldn't do it.
I was in the same boat.
You would like have to hire a nanny who would speak the language and teach. That would be the way to do it.
23.6 is.
How much is this?
But
94.4 plus
because
that.
so many
much
people
is there,
speak around
please?
the world, but in Finland,
much is
what do you do with this
175,000.
language if you don't live there?
I mean, it's never going to be a problem speaking just another language. Additional language is always good, right?
Yeah, it's good, but it's still from the practical point of view, you can still choose from some major languages instead of something that
We
you
have a
no
pretty big
use
spot.
practical use
Like
at
if
all.
you win the first or me, we are running twice. If he wins.
Okay, we can do it like this.
But
Okay,
you go twice for.
No, but if one of us win the first. Okay.
Trouble, spades.
There's a top set, there's a rapid-a-doo.
I've lost spades.
You need the 4 of spades.
4 spades, yeah.
What have I got? 8 out, 7 out.
9, 7, 4.
9,
6.
7.
Okay, that's 4 or 5.
You win for the moment.
I win for the moment, yeah? So what do we want? No spades?
You need big or small card.
Huh?
Big or small.
No peril. Damn it. Peril wins. I'll stack it, yeah?
Yeah. How much is it?
Wow. It's a big pot.
We're just observers.
Huh?
We're just observers.
Yeah.
Observing.
But didn't you agree to it?
I haven't played any.
I'm just chilling over here, don't touch me.
One time. No side.
Yeah.
I said one time and no side deal.
Yeah, later then we see one.
You guys want to sort it out between you afterwards, fine. No side deal. You guys could have pieces of each other.
Jack.
All right, folks, we're back. Small blind is 50k, big blind 100k with 100k running big blind ante. That's 50, 100, 100. Johan says with 27 players left, he expected 3 tables of 9, but there's actually 26 players left. At the moment, there's just 2 eliminations left to go. And all players will know that, especially the bigger stacks. This is the most opportune moment for them to apply max pressure. All players will want to be backing and tagging. This guy is quite a character, the Eagle. I'm liking how this event is shaping up. There's a few likable fellas left in the field. Interesting to see how it all unfolds tomorrow. Some funny characters last weekend as well. They just provide so much endless entertainment in a game that can be very boring sometimes in terms of how much action is provided. I don't like using the word boring, but you know, there are moments where it lulls for an orbit at a time, which is the nature of No Limit Hold'em in general. But when you've got characters at the table, it really helps the action, helps the quality of stream for the viewers. And if you are a fan, that is what you want. All the way around to the button. Victor on the button, going to make it 200k to go. That's all she wrote. Thomas making a 225 to go with 10-4 offsuit in the small, and Werner in the big. Just 125 more for him to call with 10-5 of hearts. Decides to let it go. Thomas needs to be careful with his raise sizes there from the small, especially with hands that are unsuited and unconnected. Werner easily could have picked one off there for 125, but decided against it. Yes, we would prefer to have 10-6, 10-7, 10-8, 10-9 suited. But I think for just 125 more, we should see a flop. You're going to see players be quite cagey, knowing they're so close to making the final day of the German Poker Tour main event. But you have to remember at the same time, yes, you get a good night's sleep and a rest, and hopefully everything works in your favor. But it is just the next hand. We can't over adjust. We don't want to be over adjusting at the very least. Giovanni knows what's at stake, so he's going to come in with a 4x open with 10-9 offsuit. We've had one more elimination, so just one elimination to go. Werner making a 350 on the button with ace king of clubs. No messing around from Matthias Werner. Thomas with 10 bigs, well closer to 11. Normally we'd just see a jam there from the hijack, but decides to let it go. Understandable given the dynamic and the circumstances. Giovanni in the small. Just a call. Doesn't want to be playing massive pots against Victor. Between the two players, they're playing over 10 million in chips. $10-9-3 is the flop. There for Giovanni. Now he could just go for a small bet. Don't have to bet much, just bet like 125. Goes for 150. I think that's actually a better sizing on a flush and straight draw. Flop. Victor doesn't want to continue. Tran in the cutoff at 11 bigs. I think I would just want to be shoving this one in Tran's shoes. He'll send it over the line. And Giovanni just posturing. He's not going to be doing anything with the Queen 6. Johan says the action of the final day of the German Poker Tour will start tomorrow at 1400 Central European time, and 14:30 the stream will start. So yeah, 2:30 tomorrow. Eagle out the way. And it's such a nice pickup there for Tran, uncontested, adding $250,000 to his stack.
No, just show up.
Eagle asking, will he get a notification when one player has been eliminated? Usually you'll hear the TD, the tournament director, floor manager, will say stop after this hand. I really don't like that fold from Eagle. Didn't even give it any consideration, just folded ace-5 of hearts. And look at this, Werner in the big blind getting a walk with ace-king. Eagle eyes like a hawk. Doesn't even make any sense. The eagle-eyed must have known something was going on there. His spidey senses tingling. Very big fold to be making in the cutoff or the hijack there with a hand as strong as ace-5 suited. Hijack raises to 200k with the king 10 off suit. Eagle out of the way. Thomas all in for 800 total. And look at this, we've got action. Werner in the small with the same hand, facing an open and a jam. I think Werner should still be going with this hand, should be re-isolating. Try to get Victor out of there. A lot of talking going on here. Werner with a big decision. Does toss it. Understandable. Now Victor going to be priced in here for 600k more. Just 6 big blinds. But decides to just fold. Oh, don't like that from Victor. I think needs to be calling sub 10 big blinds, but that is going to do it, folks. That's the last hand of the night. 24 players will remain when we come back tomorrow. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe and a follow. We want to get to 20,000 subscriptions on YouTube by the end of the year. We are at 18.7k right now. Thank you very much to my moderators on Twitch. I look forward to a long action-packed day of poker tomorrow. Go get a good sleep, folks. Seatbelts and airbags. We're in for a long one. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.
So guys, we reached the amount of 24 players. We are done for day 2. Please everybody count your chips. I give you the list with your names. Find your name, chip count and signature, please. Okay?